What am I doing? Hey everyone, let me surfing here. Welcome in, guys. Ah, right, we just got the slug. Right, that's what we were doing. We just got a hold of DE6 and or the slug. Alright. That solves that question. Let's get back to the factory. Let's get back to one of the factories. We are back with more, Derail Valley. As stated, except for Friday and Saturdays, any streams will have this until we complete. I'm just reminding. Now, we should have had the DE6 demonstrator done already. One slight hiccup with that. I forgot to grab the parts from Machine Factory. So, yeah, that's our goal today. That being said, I need to be careful. We are going downhill, which is dangerous right here. Slow down, slow down. Is that red 1? That means this has some spots that are very sharp. Now, I am admittedly pulling this with. I'm probably going to wind up using it in one of my deliveries. However, if we look in the work train, 860S slug. We can now summon this. It costs 5,000 to do so. Just the same as any train. It's not really noticeable now because we're going slower than molasses through this area. Ugh. I honestly probably should just brought the handcar. I think I got the... Oh, we have more than enough. I just need to see if I actually got the paint. Actually, I might stop in... This does slow us down. But not for the reason most would think. It slows us down because, not of the weight, but because it takes all of our traction power from the engine and splits it between the two. That passed? Okay. Cool. Turn that off. For now. Ready to throw it back on. You can only go up to 30. Let's go one more. And that's this too. Son of a bitch. That's we need to slow down a lot. The dynamic braking is a lot stronger as well because of it. Because instead of just braking through these here, it's also braking through the slug. It does increase pulling power. It also increases the weight capacity we can haul at, but not... I'm still I had to run an honest test on how heavy it can haul. Oh, whoops. Too much. This must be level. Oh, that sure the hell ain't. Mine is what? Wait, what? Oh, that is a steep as hell hill. Mine is 5.5. Man, I'm glad I can go up to 50 kilometers, but that can't be right. We wouldn't have, well, you don't normally take a train down here. Oh hell, that is actually is a steep ass hill. That might have been right. Okay. All right. So let's go through there. I know nothing is through there. And I know the rails aren't set to absolutely obliterate me if I go through there. Unlike the other route, which could very well, it could be set for a track that has something on it. And that'll back us into C. Let's... Uh... Actually... I don't want to do that. I want to come down here, that way I can go and, refuel. Refuel, and then we'll see what we got heading up to, up north. Say, G looked pretty empty. I know E is the primary yard. It's gonna have all kinds of goodies. But it catch me off guard how empty G was. There it looks like we got a few things. Oh, looks like it hadn't reset. That's surprising. Well, I figured we were far enough away that, locations reset. What's L069? Okay, so I hijacked a train that's L069. No DE6s. That's fine. Ultimately, the strongest version of this is DE6 Slug with another DE6. Yeah, absolute monster pulling power. All right. Alright, you guys may notice we're not speeding up near as quick as we were before. That's the effect of the slug. Okay. Now we're gonna leave that hooked up because while we get things ready, I'll be able to throw another splash of fuel on it before we take off. S060. Alright. What the heck is that one? Oh, I wonder if that's a DE2 I may have used. It lasts about 2 hours before they'll reset. Alright, good factory. No. No. Tempting. Possible. No. Not worry about shunting. So no. That is a possibility. That's our, well, that's our end destination. That's at our end destination, so that is very much a real possibility. That is a possibility because that is on delivery potential. Shunting, not worried about. Uh, oh wait, that's east. That's up there. Yeah, no. That was Iron Mine West, I'd consider it. Like that one. That is a consideration. No. Tempting, but I'm not heading that way. Shunting. Oil Well Central. That's definitely a possibility. No. And that is on the way. That's the sawmill. But we have been there. That's where the 282 was. So I don't need to go there. That's the shunting. Oh, what we got here? Iron Mine West, we want to go further afield. The DE6 on its own can carry 1200 as long as it's not going to rain and there's not a cloud in sight. Well, there's actually no, there's not a cloud in sight. So we have up to 12,000. That's not counting the 125. And honestly, the slug allows us to carry more. I'm just not sure. So let's just say 1,500. Actually, what's the slug's weight? The same. Okay. So we'll plan on having the full 12,000. So this is a yes. So that's 496. Um, C35, that's 731. All right, that will send us over my allotted weight that I'm willing to risk. But we've got 4, so that's plus 125 plus 125. That's 13,000 or 1,300. We'll give that a shot, see if we can carry it. As far as total income, we're looking at without a time bonus of um 82,000. So granted, we are most likely not going to get a time bonus on some of this stuff. Okay, so hang on, that has the right machine factory, city west, oil central, and farm. Now we are gonna want. I wish I had the DE2. I'm gonna drag one of their DE2s. Again, City West, all theirs has to be backed in. We are going to want a engine here before the City West one. Now, before I do this, there's one thing I'm going to do. Make sure I absolutely have the tools for it. No, I don't. Okay, they respawned. Cool. Or they're back here. I don't have a distance tracker. Well, fudge. Is there a DE2 over here where I can rotate it? Yeah, there is. Okay, good. So that's gonna be the wrong orientation. Well, yeah, hall cars. Hall cars. These are all gonna be over here, aren't they? Okay, that's 53. Methane. Alright, so that's ammonium nitrate. Okay, there's 35. So this is where I need the DE2. Oh god, these trains are all over the place. That's gotta be over here. Oh, it is. Would you look at that? It is absolutely buried. What are you buried behind? Um, it's 4 cars. Okay. How many is? I don't think I've got that unlocked. I have the key for it. I haven't ran across it to unlock it yet. Sadly. And this run up, I will not be going through there. I could. Um, it depends. What difficulty are you playing it on? Oh, oof. Yeah, admittedly, I've not had the tutorial bug, but except for doing once. Nope, not back forward. Except for once, I think right at the end of this, I did a tutorial, and I don't do the tutorial very often. I can't remember if I actually did the tutorial for this particular stream or not. This one's done on normal. But I do have a realistic game at what is it? On realistic difficulty. Actually, Lumia difficulty, which I think I made my own custom difficulty, and I think it's actually even harder than the realistic. Thinking about it. Ah, yeah. I could see that. Um, First advice I can give to you. Oh, oh yeah, even on like Reddit, which is usually can be somewhat toxic, the community is really good there. They offer a lot of help and advice. Um, First advice I would give you, honestly, since you are playing on normal and not realistic, if you're still new and unsure about it, I would say go through and do. Okay, let's go down loading side. Save before you start each trip. That way, if something does go wrong, you can go back and you're not instantly stuck. Why am I going this way? That is not the way I wanted to go. I mean, I do, but not with this particular train. That is actually not a bad idea. I know there's a mod that allows you to have a shunting start. That also lets you get used to not just how yards work, but also has a train, more controlled train controls. Another bit of advice I would give you. Hang on. Get the dispatcher job get dispatcher as soon as you can. If you look on the book, I move my mouse over the switches, and I can turn all the switches just by clicking. Oh God, persistent jobs. It also works with this one, which is a roadmap. The only thing you have to keep in mind with the switches, like this one, it's left and right. Follow the main line that goes to it. Right will go this direction, left will go this direction. It takes a little getting used to, but once you do, it does help a lot. Now, where is my train? Should be another bit of advice, since you seem to be all for it. Your vehicle catalog. Let's see, you're probably running the DE2, right? Hang on. I just need to make sure I'm not gonna slam into these too fast. Do not hit other train cars when you're over 7 kilometers. You will damage the train cars. And do not do that in Oilwell Central because you will start blowing up train cars. I didn't need to slow down that much. Okay. In the vehicle catalog, something worth noting up here is your hull capabilities. Do that in sandbox so you don't mess up your career play. I actually was doing that the other day during stream. When I was streaming this, I actually purposely took a DE6 loaded with the diesel train or a gasoline train and rammed it right into another train at Oilwell Central. It was explosive, for lack of better terms. These up here are your hauling load ratings. This number here is your grade. This is the weather, and this is the weight. If you are doing shunting in dry weather, the DE2 can haul behind it 1,200 tons. As long as you don't go too far outside of a yard. It's slow, it's cumbersome. Yeah, it can be slow and cumbersome at that rate, but I could pull 1,200 tons out of this yard to one of the loading stations here, as long as I do not leave this area. Oops. Connect. If you are traveling outside of a yard, these are the two you want to pay attention to. Specifically, the weather. Both these are at 2% grade. but the weather is very important. If you look at the weather, which is in the main room where you can turn in like your missions, there's a little board that shows you the weather for that day. If it is sunny, you can haul up to 300 tons up a 2% grade. If you're expecting rain, you can have a train that weighs, I would only have a train that weighs 250 tons. If, at least as beginner. Once you get used to it, then you can start kind of pushing it. I've pushed these weights myself. However, something to keep in mind, and it's something I know I missed when I was a newer player, this number here, 38 tons, is included in that weight limit. So when it says 300 tons, let's see. You using DE2, you only want to pull 262 tons for your load. And for reference, the empty one, that is if it's empty. No sand, no oil, no fuel. That you'll use more for when you're hauling demonstrators behind you. Right. That's set up. Get that DE2 where I need it. Speaking of DE2s. By the way, one other a cute little fact: turntables on normal, at least, page up, page down. Yep, it's one of them. This one actually has a storage where it has multiple trains, like the 060. This one's, it's got a 282 on today. I have the licenses for these. That's why I can jump in them, in case you're curious. I do not have the DH4 license, so I cannot show you that, or even jump up on it. Alright, DE2. Brake cutoff, forward light, backlight. Yep. Q grade. Roll it out. I know you can turn it off, but there is, what is it? Oh, you can overheat your brakes. They still work. They just become a lot less effective. And if you look at them, let's see if I find, I do not see the brake pads. I'll show you here on the DE6 when I get back to it. But the the brake pads on the train will actually start glowing and then turn bright red. When that happens, you hear a really weird whining sound. They are no longer anywhere near as effective. The DE2, it's not too bad because you're not hauling really heavy trains. But when you're when you're multi-unit, when you run multi-unit or you run the DE6, the 282, even the DH4, you have to be really careful about that when you're going downhill. Fudge, where am I going? What am I picking up? LH35, that is in D. Actually, no, what I'm going to do is open up so I can grab those friggin'... Okay. I need to grab those cars out of that one row so I can pull them. So I do want to see. And I honestly hope some of the advice I'm giving is helping. There are little things that I wish I had known when I was first started, or when they released this. If you want to do a whole lot more, the Steam engines have you hopping around constantly because you got to do coal and stuff like that. I would recommend getting used to trains and work. I would not recommend them hauling until you're used to running or doing freight hauls, because they have a few other issues you have to be careful of. One of which is your boiler can explode if you don't have enough water. And the 060, which is the cheaper of the two, has a small water tank and it loves going boom. Ooh, that'll be interesting. All right. Oh, ads. Hello. Hey, hello, Spinner. Spinner Tornado. Welcome in. I've been enjoying this without mods right now. Um, there's been a few I've been looking at, like persistent. What was it again? The persistent jobs mod that ups the difficulty a lot, and it forces you to do a lot more shunting and be smart about things. Fair enough. All right, I need. Where's the switch? There it is. Actually, no, I will not be coming in from that way. All right. If, in case you guys are curious, I do not need all these cars. I'm after these last four. They're logistics haul. Oh, yeah. Turning cog, that's something else. Logistics hauls, a massive warning for those guys. Sometimes the cars are behind others when you go to pick them up. Almost always, the track you need to take them to is almost always full. Persistent jobs might help with that a bit, but I'm not going to guarantee that because I have not used that mod in quite a long time. And unfortunately, I found that out the hard way because, like, okay, I could just go into this track, and then next thing I know, I'm having to slam on the emergency brake because there's cars on said track. All right. I don't need it to be in the turn lane or in the loading lane. It can be in the regular. As long as he's familiar with doing freight hauls without issues. Because with Steam also comes having to keep an eye on the water, having to keep an eye on the coal, all that. So that makes you very, very busy, and it is very easy to miss a speed sign or a switch. Stuff like that. And I have nothing against Steam engines. I don't. I've played up until recently. I've been running Steam for this entire. I got the 060 early. I ran the 282 and then just upgraded to DE6. So, and running the demonstrators on top of that. So I have zero issues with Steam. There's you have to really be careful. There's been a few times. And that does not counting the fact that the brakes are not self-lapping, which are their own issue altogether when you're newer. Oh, absolutely. So outside of 060, water is not an issue. They added a ton, and I mean a ton of water stations. I'm pretty sure every single station you can go to at least has a water station, and a good chunk of them have coal. So that's water's not an issue. Sand can be, but only during rain and only if you're hauling over your weight or very close to it max weight. At least with my experience, Tornado there may have a different take on that. Okay, those are out. What was the last? The ammonia is on D. Yeah, the coal dump, right? Or yeah, the coal dump. Okay. Everything's all set. By the way, I'm absolutely hauling a large, actually, yeah, about 12,000 or 1,200 pound train with a DE6, and actually, it's gonna be closer to 1,500 using a DE6. This should be fun. And I do not have the remote MU unit to control this thing, which is actually a bad idea. And it looks like it'll be dark before I get moving anywhere. Okay, so the money is in G. I need D. Left, and I'm not sure. It's not logistic. Oh, it is logistical. Crap. So that might be, that's gonna be a storage. Ah, I can figure it out when I get there. I'm setting up to use a little trick. So one thing I've learned with City West, if you're not just making a delivery, but it's part of a train haul, which not uncommon. Anytime I'd run from down here to up here, or in this area, if I'm passing City West, I usually see if there's something there. But I always have a locomotive, which is gonna be this little DE2 going with me, that I'll use to back those cars into City West, or drive straight forward, depending on the circumstances. Because if it's a demonstrator, you can just clear it out. If not, you can just leave it and no harm done. Just remember it's there. Yes, that one's disappeared. It's for a little bit. Hey, Tornado, out of curiosity, have you done realistic yet? Because I don't know which. I know which ones they are, I just don't know what track they're on. Okay, they're on 5S. Yeah, that's a freight haul, so that does need to be at the back. Oh. And there's another way we could do it, but it's gonna waste a lot of time. I wish these were not so spread apart like this. But that's one reason I'm setting it up ahead of time. So I have a pretty strict time limit. Now the ammonia should be on there. Let's see if I can actually pull. I wish I had one of my distance trackers right now. But they're all on the 282 and the 060, I believe. I'll have to pick some up when I'm up in Machine Factory. To be honest, I can't wait until they do get. I'm gonna love when they get Foundation 4 completed. I'm not sure. Foundation 4 is supposed to be have a lot on its plate. I don't think there's gonna be AI cars, but I know they do have a plan to run with like AI trains and stuff down the line. Foundation 4 is supposed to also add electronics. Um, Frig, I don't think I have the. Yeah, I don't have the link active right at the moment. Okay, hang on a second. I don't have my Discord open either. That's their roadmap. As of obviously, there's a little bit to be changed with it, or potentially, but it gives you an idea what they're adding, stuff like that. Oh God, actually, I just noticed track defects and maintenance is one thing. And I give these, we get a new DE6 apparently, the 880, and a wired electric. WE, which I think is wired electric. You actually can with this one. You don't need a lot of that. I mean, the manual requires a little work, and I suppose, but a lot of it's pretty self-explanatory. Well, not self. I don't want to say self-explanatory. You can at least understand a lot of it. Like, I don't know if you're aware. It's vehicle catalog? No, it's the Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, if you go to the very front of the book here, this tells you a lot of how to read this stuff. The only thing that I miss, or that's in the station schematic maps, they tell you what you're looking at. The one that I miss, and they removed it, at least for now, they used to have a book on train basics, which told you how to read the signs that are like the speed signs, all the things that they mean, stuff like that. So you knew what the down arrow on the speed limit signs meant. You knew how to read all that. I don't think they have a. I think you can look that up, but I don't think they have the booklet anymore. They can just pull up for reference in game. I think you have to go into the manual for that now. But that used to be like a booklet where you could just open it and, oh, hey, this is this. Let's see. Is that in the manual? Difficulty. Uh, yeah, wire electric. Coupling does explain multi-unit. Oh, yeah. And this warning is well founded. Where is it? Under multi-unit. Beware that combining different kinds of vehicles via MU may result in asynchronous behavior. The DE6 and the DE4, they can work similar, but the DE4 will overheat far quicker than the DE6 will. I've yet to actually overheat DE6. Okay, that's cool. They explained that ID plate, braking, traction, sourcing, work trains, infrastructure. The fact they listed double track tells, I mean, they're supposed to be adding stuff like that. Okay, yep, it is in here. Oh no. I'm running them together. Yeah, so the stuff is in here. You just now have to read instead of having a visual to go with it. And no, I'm just putting the train. I haven't even accepted the jobs. I'm putting the train together right now. The primary engine will be the DE6. I just need this because of I'm going to be using this to put it together, and this will also back up the logistics hall for City West. So I am absolutely putting this train together still. That is a really good question. So let me bring this guy to a halt. I'll show you. At least while it's daylight still. That comes down to the nameplate. So on each of these, they have something up here, HB LH35. That is the job identification. If you look on the nameplate, it also has a job identification, HB LH35. They will also tell you things like how heavy a car is, how long it is. When you get a hold of a distance tracker, you can set that to track where the back of the train is. The reason you would want to do that is if you're realistic, you know if you're past a yard or something like that. But it's really helpful for speed limits. Because your train goes past, just because your train goes past a speed sign does not mean you can start speeding up right away. Because until the rest of your cars are past it, they have a chance of derailing if you're speeding up and not slowing down. The distance tracker helps you keep track of that. That is your train length here on your jobs. Will tell you the train length of the train you're grabbing. And here is the train length of the locomotive. So if I was just holding these two, the train length overall is 7.5 plus 212.64. That's 220 meters. So you would, well, 220.14. But you would set the distance tracker to 220. There is also, let's see if I can find a few. This is more relevant when you get hazmat. These signs are rather helpful. They tell you what will happen if they derail. The one that's fire, it will catch on fire. That's not too horrible, I say, except I think you can catch the surrounding areas on fire. This symbol is nasty. This means it's explosive. So if the car gets damaged enough, it releases the materials. It will explode. Which will also damage the other cars around it. So let's say we have another one that's here that can explode. It'll potentially set this one off, and the next, and the next. Or if you crash in Oil Well Central, Oil Well North, certain areas of oil refinery, you can start a chain reaction, which I think during one of my demonstrations, I caused enough damage where the copay, the fines or fees for it, was over $3 million in fees. That did not count repairing the completely destroyed locomotive. So it can get really, really bad really, really quick. All right. Day and night. I remember when you had to have a mod for that. And rain was not an annoyance. Oop. Admittedly, something I'm worried about. You can. It is under custom difficulty, but your first playthrough has to be a certain you have to meet certain requirements to get it. So I think your very first playthrough has to at least have, I want to say the two concurrent or the two train lengths. You have to have certain licenses to unlock it. And I believe you can customize that. I would have to look. I know you can customize how much money you get. There's quite a bit of customization. Well, the one thing I would recommend is do not turn off the teleport. It's fine not to have it with when you're on a smaller train like this, but the larger ones it becomes a bit of a problem. You have a tougher time jumping up. Oh, oh. See. I can start this back. Wow. Alright, where my harbor? I need in G row. And I need Budge. I don't remember which row it's in. Which means I need to be on the back end of this train. By the way, this mode is really good for taking pictures. The fly is really good for finding your demonstrators. And is amazing when it comes to shunting. I miss having this when I was doing realistic. As it makes things so much quicker. It should be over there somewhere. Oh. Yep, it's still sitting nice and pretty. Just waiting. Are you at? Yeah, ammonium nitrate.
This is your weekly reminder to save the game.
All right, fair enough. I will actually, honestly, this does have a pretty decent autosave as long as you're not unrealistic. I will be saving before I take off with the train, though. I say as I slam on the brakes because I'm about to run into something extremely hazmat at way too fast. There we go. Oh, hey, that was just perfect. All right, let's get this pulled up. By the way, this is not a train I would use the DE2 to haul from one station to another. This is borderline, this is way over its weight limit for that. But on flat ground, this is not even, I don't even think this is close to that limit. Two. No, it's not even close to the limit. It's what, 36? Wait, 38. So this train right now weighs 605 tons. That's engine included. I can still haul this as long as I don't leave the station. This is not getting out of harbor. Not without support of at least one or two more of the DE6 or DE2s. But it's more than capable of hauling this around inside here, which is absolutely what I'm after. Alright, I need to stop the train. Not all of them. Train spawn is pretty it's pretty random. You're guaranteed to find one. Of course, it's nighttime. Give me a light. Thank you. Harbor's guaranteed to have one. Machine Factory is usually guaranteed to have one. And Steel Mill usually has one. Forest South and Sawmill will occasionally have, you know what? Tip number 2. Each of these up here represents a location, and I need to be in here to explain this a little better. Alright, on this map, each location has a color code. At the top of this is a bunch of bars that have colors. If there's a bar, you can potentially have a DE2 there. If it is yellow, it is a greater than 50%. If it is green, it is I believe it is a guarantee. I will double check that just for verification. I believe that's the case. Hang on. Where's the vehicle catalog? Do. Yeah, okay. So, for each vehicle model provided at Derail Valley Railworks and Transportation, DVRT, company owns it, there's information about where it can be found. This is portrayed through a row of colored rectangles, each matching a specific station and color code, just like on the schematic station map that's here. If a vehicle is always found at a location, it will be underlined with a green line. If there is a greater than 50% chance to be found, it will have a yellow line. If it's lower than that, there will be nothing. If there is no color code, it will be grayed out. So, again, we'll go back to DE2 here. And these are in order. So, top down is left to right. So, Coal Mine East would be the first spot. That has the gray lines running through it. You will not find one at Coal Mine East, Coal Mine South, or coal power plant. You have a 50% chance to find one at City South, a less than 50% chance to find one at City West. Food Factory is guaranteed to have one, since it has the green bar underneath. So it's got the little green bar. It's guaranteed to have one. Now, if we go, say, to the DE6, or let's do 2. Notice the 282, it has a lot more grayed out, but you're guaranteed to find one in Harbor, and you're guaranteed to find one in Iron Mine that looks like West. So another reason to keep that vehicle catalog with you. Alright. This is set. I just have to run it into the back of the other... When I say run it into the back of the other train. Watch, I'm going to completely fail at this, and it's going to be way too heavy. Oh, there it goes. Took it a second. Yeah, gently. That is definitely the word of the day. Okay, I don't know if you can hear it. You hear the screeching? That tells you a brake is up. That means something is wrong. In this case, I guarantee what happened. Yep, I left the handbrake on. Oh, that is cool. I have never stood on this while I was moving. Or accelerating. That is cool. I'd say right now, but the DE6 is sort of the endgame train because of what it's doing right now. Between the slug and the fact that you can hook multiple of these together, you can haul pretty much as you want without issues. It's like in dry, this can haul 1200. If I add a second one, I can now haul 2400, 3600, and it keeps going up for each one you add. Well, minus the train's weight, of course, but okay. Slow down. Gonna swap to this one. Break off. Speed up. Admittedly, I'm probably pushing this thing, but I need to make sure it's not going to rain. Which is probably why I'm going to go ahead and take off, despite the fact that I'm not a huge fan of driving at night. But if it means me getting up that initial hill, minus sans rain, I'll friggin' do it. Alright, as you can see, speed limit's 7, or I have it S7. Hitting this will not damage the train at 7 kilometers. Anything faster than that absolutely will damage the locomotive and the cars. And see, still vehicle on cargo 100%. Same here. No, don't you dare. Alright, this is throwing an error at me. That's because you have two that brake cutoffs that are active at the same time. You can only have one per train active. Otherwise, it gets very mad at you because it doesn't know which one's brakes are supposed to be. You're supposed to go by. Okay, let's go ahead and put this into a neutral state. I did that and I forgot to do fuel cutoff. I do not have the remote or wireless MU, so that is why I'm shutting this down. Is there until we get to our one of the destinations? There's no point in having it run. Yeah, still clear. What's the midnight? So I have at least 3 hours to get up there without it deciding to be a jerk. Alright, so we'll grab all these. Flashlight. Now, just because I put it all together, I am going to verify that I have the correct ones. HBF H99. 117 through 592. Yep. All right. Next, we have LH24. It should be 789 up to 804. Alrighty. We have LH35. Alright, 470 right here. The first one should be 906, so we will... Oh god, I'm in the car. Yep, there's 906. And FH... Alright, we obviously have our locomotive here. FH53, which we do have. And first car is going to be 331. The one at the end of our by our slug should be 579. So we'll go take a look here. Yep, 579. I do not normally verify like that, but I am doing so this time because I put it all together beforehand. So I don't have the couple location to give me an idea where I'm grabbing from. All right. We'll turn off the train brake, give it a chance to refill, but I did turn the independent on so this does not start rolling. And to be extra sure, I will throw it in neutral. We are going to set our final destination as Machine Factory. We need to go through City West, Oil Well Central, and Farm. So we're going to pull up our route map. We are down here. We need to go through Farm, Oil Central, same section of track, City West, and then up here to Machine Factory. So right, left, right, left, left, good. Right, left, cool. That's the easy part. Now we have to look at our orders. Destination B21. So in farm. So go here. Quit hitting alt. You'll go to farm. We need this one to go to the right because we need to set. We're coming from this direction. We need this to go to the right to send us into B. And then I said 21. It's 2 inbound. That's me being whatever. So we need this left. This needs to go right. So we go into this siding here. Next order, oil well central. Now, this is a logistics haul. If you remember what I said before, you almost always have something on its track. We want B6S. So we need to go left into B. However, we are not going to go down here. We're going to make sure this sends us through the station. Because we are almost guaranteed we're going to have to back up into B6S. That being said, these back ones, we can all make sure lead to there. So that right. That'll put us into 6S. The next one is City West. Again, a logistics, but it's also City West, so we're backing into it regardless. A3S. Now for that is this here. This is A3S. So we'll set this right. This has to go left. And then this one has to go right. We want these all to be right. Well, this one doesn't matter. We want these two to be right. That will allow us our train to go through and past. Once our last car is passed, we will stop. We will grab the DE2, start it up, disconnect it, and then back the train into 3S. And then we'll probably move that train up and back in here so we can service it and all that, just so that we don't have a bunch of fines or fees off of it. Especially since this isn't a demonstrator. The last one, Machine Factory, will be C4I. Oh, I really need to stop doing that. Go to Machine Factory. This is our destination. So to the right, to the left, find C, and you want 4 inbound. Right. And that's our final destination. One other thing you want to be careful, however, is we have coal power plant right here. Now, there's no switches before and after, but we do want to go into its page, and we're going to come from here. We want to make sure this is right, so we leave coal power plant. Otherwise, what's going to happen is we're going to go all the way around, and either, if it's not set right, run into dead end here, including a train, or we'll keep circling all over the place and get turned around. We need this to be set to the right. Alright, that being said, that is everything set. We'll go ahead and save because this is a massive haul. Hang on. Overwrite. Don't need multiples. Multiple master saves. Alright, with the slug, we have a lot more power behind us. We have a ton more power, pulling power. So as you can see, it's already, the amper's already back up, so I can keep going. But you will notice we will not have a lot of speed. This is going to be a heavy haul, slow train. I might get it up to 60 if I'm lucky on some of the straightaways. If it's long enough, I know you can get up there and higher, but it's not going to have a ton of speed because all the power is divided between the engine and the slug. But we have a ton more traction effort when it comes to pulling the train. Right, that's... I do need to back off a little bit for a second because we cannot go over 40. We'll start derailing. By the way, you want an idea? Where's the end? There's the end of the train. The engine is clear up there somewhere. Okay, we're gonna throw that in. So we are... Alright, you may notice we are slowing down very, very slowly. We could not pull this if we did not have that slug. Actually, no, I take that back. We might, but we are barely going to get up to the top. Come on. You can do it, girl. I honestly wish it was day because then I could truly show you a lot easier how long this train is. Let's see if I can see the... Yeah, okay, here's the end. Right here. That's the last car. There's the locomotive. Clear up there. You can find multiples. If you're... When I get to Machine Factory, there's gonna be probably another DE6 sitting there, and I can grab it. If you're talking about the Demonstrator ones, you have to find them. However, you still have to have the license for it, and you have to have the museum license. I have the Demonstrator. I would have already be using the Demonstrator, except I forgot to grab the parts on my way back. So that was the thing, which is one reason I'm heading to heading up to Machine Factory. Okay, how best way to explain demonstrators? They are specialized trains that you literally own. They are 100% yours, and you can summon them wherever you want. You can, and you don't have fees. So you know how you get fees for running a train? Grabbing a locomotive and running it? That is your rental cost. That's the best way to look at it. You are renting their train. So you pay for rent. That's the little baby fee that comes. That fee goes up as you use more fuel, oil, damage, stuff like that. That's where manual servicing comes in. You can reduce that fee down to that little baby rental fee. If you go over a certain fee amount, I found it is potentially you will not be able to take another job until those fees are below a certain amount. Now, I've had exceptions to that rule, and haven't quite figured out what those exceptions are. That being said, the demonstrators do not incur fees at all. They are 100% yours. You can damage them, you can drain them, you can run them off the track. You will not have to pay fees. However, the only way to fully fuel, but you have to do manual servicing. You can't just go take a completely damn near empty and damaged train, pay off the fines or fees on it, and then poof, it's full of fuel, it's full of oil, it's at 100%. That does not work on demonstrators. But there is a very lovely thing. There is a thing called work train. Now, the tutorial showed you the little hand car. Well, here's what's going to happen. The DE6 860S slug. That's the thing we're pulling behind this. I can summon it. That is a work train. The utility short flat car. Oh, okay. All right. Well, while I'm waiting on ads, guys, I'll be right back. I do have to change laundry real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry, it took the moment to go after laundry and swap that out. You didn't? Okay. Under the work train, there are ones that, okay, you may have seen these little guys, keys, in some of the shops and stuff. I don't know if you've bothered browsing them, but those unlock what are called work trains. Okay. They're basically work trains. That's how I got the slug. That's, give me a second, double check my speed. Okay. Hey, we're doing pretty good. Fuel might be fun. Those are for work trains, which are listed here. So that's your handcar you get automatically. The slug is unlocked. The utility short flat car is from the museum. You'll actually get to see that being used for stream end, because that's how you get the demonstrator parts delivered from machine factory down to the museum. The caboose, the fudge, or the DM1U, the caboose, the handcar, the slug, and then the BE2. Most of those need keys to unlock. Hang on. I need to slow down just. I need to de-throttle a little here. I'm not exactly paying it. Wait, where am I? Okay. Yeah, I do not want to go over 40 right now. I'm still in the 40 mile per hour zone, or kilometer per zone. Now, with the latest update, if we look, oh, S060-440. Well, if we look at this, well, you know, that's one of the trains we can find and pilot from the DVRT. So if I grab that, I'm not going to do it right now for obvious reasons. I'm in movement. But that's the same summoning thing. So I can summon a 060. I'm not going to do that right now because it's going to be stationary with brakes, and yeah, that's not going to end well for anyone. But I can summon it. Speed back up. We're still going downhill. Well, if we look, it's S28273A and B. Well, if we go in our vehicle catalog, there's 730A and B. So I can summon the steam engine and on any track anywhere. Let's say this thing gets derailed and heavily damaged. I can re-rail it. It won't start up. All right, I can summon my 282 and haul it. That is a demonstrator. That's what a demonstrator allows you to do. They also have, if you're willing to pay the money for it, unique color schemes. Again, night, so you can't really see it. I'll probably have to show you a little. The only downside you have to be careful of I'm not gonna actually, yeah, it wasn't gonna let me do that. It does cost money. I think the caboose does. I think the caboose has a bed. I also think, yeah, I have the key for it. Reginald's key is for the caboose. Old Bob's garage key is the BE2. I am clear to run. Okay, yeah, I'm clear to run. That's the BE2, I believe. Or is it? Yeah, BE2 260. Steve's is the 860S, the slug. if you look on the window, if there is a vehicle on it, like the caboose, the slug, stuff like that, if the key that is in there is correspondent to that vehicle, you will unlock. So it's not a mystery what you will unlock with each key. You just have to look at the window of the store you got it from. Let's see. The slug is found, and all of them are on little offshoots. So, like, the slug is found down here. This is where the caboose is at. The DMU-1 is in City South. Okay, that's where I'm at. The BE2, I think, is here. The utility you get just from unlocking museum, and the handcar you have automatically. Oh, by the way, fun fact. This is your train, which you may have figured out already. If you have the caboose, it will have a red dot where the caboose is at. So if you have it attached to the back of your train, you can know where your train is at there, that way, for the end of it. Almost daylight. I also very much need to start slowing down. Okay. Alright, what I used was it called a dynamic brake. It's basically engine braking. Is the short of it. The long of it, I couldn't even explain if I wanted to without having it written in front of me. Has something to do with reversing into electrical. Yeah, it is. It has to do with reversing the electrical polarity of the traction motors and causing the whole thing to slow down. It is recommended by far over using a train brake. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the full specs of it or contents. But I know enough. I know this much. It does not overheat your brakes. It's still not perfect because it won't necessarily slow you down quite as quick as train brake will, but when running downhill, it's a lot better at controlling power. By the way, there's the front, and the back is here. So there's the back, and up here is the front of the train. Gives you an idea how long this thing is. And sadly, this is not the longest train I've hauled. I've needed 2 DE6s before. And that being said, alright, we're going to use that because 1, we are going downhill. 2, there is a 5-kilometer turn, and the dynamic brake is not going to slow us down enough. The dynamic brake may not always be enough to slow you down, depending on how how steep the descent is. But it will reduce the amount of train brake you need to continue slowing down sufficiently. Also, for a little bit of another fact, you can run corners up to approximately around 5 kilometers faster than the speed limit and not derail, but your wheels will hate you for it. Yeah, we're still speeding up because the back end of the train is still on the downhill. That's fine, we didn't get over 50. Although, somehow, miraculously, I still don't know how he did it. With the DE6, I had taken the City West corner at about 40, 45 kilometers hard braking, and I did not derail, and I still don't know how he did that. Alright, this is a freight haul. There should not be anything on said. I say as we're going into. Okay. Alright, we're going to go into fly mode. I'm going to apply train brake and full dynamic brake for maximum brake ability. There's a little engine. Because I need to start slowing down. Alright. I probably did not need to slow down that much. 20 would have sufficed. By the way, you're getting another very good look at how long this train is. Because there's the cars we're waiting for is right up there. And the end is clear out there. Already beginning it's already beginning its journey to Oil Well Central. And out of the yard by now, I'm sure. We'll also, once this stops and I turn it in, we'll know how much time has passed since we turned in the jobs and how much time we have has elapsed on the other jobs since they're all from the same location. Now, I'm not going to do it here, not this time anyway, but something else you can potentially do is drop a job and pick up another one from that site if it's going to the same location. Alright, full brakes. We'll go here. Disconnect. Handbrake. Because... oh, geez. Oh, God. This is a run. This is where realistic really does not help you at all. Alright, turn that in. That took us 29 minutes. And gave us 26,000 or 1,000. So 29 minutes. Our next stop is at 51 minutes. So we have about not quite 20 minutes. That being said, like I had said, if you wanted to, let's say I only had one that other machine factory, I could pick this one up and bring it with me. Or doing this really quick. Where are you going? Food factory? That would not be ideal. Yeah, that would be the only one I could potentially bring with. That'd be another 4,000. I don't want to do that because it's not going to work well. Oh, hey, speaking of 060. Right. Go ahead and announce our departure. Release the brake. And kick in the gear. Now I am going to do a really quick check to ensure we are not accidentally taking the other one with us. We are not. So now we're heading for Orwell Central. By the way, with the DE6, do not full throttle it like this unless you have the slug. You will blow out the traction motor. There. Now you guys have a clear view of how long the train is. There's the back. There's the front. Alright, remember what I said about the track we're supposed to go on almost always has cars? There we go. Entire consist right on BE or 6S. Right where those cars have to go. By the way, I can almost guarantee 90% of those are either explosive or highly flammable. I'm seeing a lot of explosives. Alright, I need to stop going faster. Well, we'll hit the dynamic brake for right now. Because we have our next stop. By the way, crude oil, that'll burn. Methane, that'll explode. Crude oil, that'll burn. Methane will explode. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Alright, dynamic brake is doing some work. Okay. It's got us down to 22. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and release the dynamic. And we'll kick it up with the normal. Not that high. Not that high. Alright. Brake. Oh, I went. Whoops, wrong. I wanted that one. I went too far. And we have a DE2 here at Orwell Central. Alright, rule of thumb. As long as this marker is at least halfway into the car, it will count. But something you have to be careful of is, but you want to make sure that that if you bring a train in, it will clear that car. So if I'm going down here, I want to make sure that the car in question is past that, so we don't impact it. Okay. And once again, train brake is powerful with this many cars. Alright, we're gonna have a bit of a thump. Those should be empty. Yeah. We can also brake. Right. Disconnect. And brake. Back in a first. And sheesh, what a run. It's on this side. Alright, stop number 2. We're up to 37 out of 51, so we're ahead of schedule. So we're still getting that lovely bonus. Again, Machine Factory. Okay, so there's a couple there's one for Machine Factory, it's methane hoof. But we are not grabbing that because I just have to disconnect it early, but it would be a right pain in the butt to deal with later. Unless I connect it to an engine first. Alright, we'll signal getting ready to take off. Two notches ahead. Except I'm going in reverse. Try that again. Wrong way. Alright. So now we're rolling. We can start bringing that back. I think I'll have enough. I should have enough fuel. Now you'll notice we're going to start speeding up a bit faster as the train gets lighter. No, you. By the way, that's the standard DVRT paint. You can paint the demonstrators that if you want to. Or you can, I honestly prefer Demonstrator's custom paint to that, myself. The DE6 actually looks pretty nice. Alright, I said we were at 37... Oh, shoot. Dynamic brake full. This is a trick. So you get way up, but there's a 30-kilometer turn, and it's raining. Starting to rain. We have a little bit of time. It's not this section. It's that corner right there. That is 30 kilometers. That will have you jumping This and probably the next rail if you hit it fast enough. There's one other really nasty corner around here. And it's one reason I'm not going to be able to get this above 30. Remember what I said about even though this says 50, I cannot speed up yet? These cars, if they go above 30, they will derail, even though my train itself has not. These guys can all still absolutely derail and go off track. So I cannot start speeding up until the last car goes past this marker. Then I can start speeding up. That's the downside of the really long trains. Now, yeah, I sure am. Everything past behind the locomotive here are empty. That is called a logistic haul. A logistical haul. 90% of the time, they are empty cars. You're running them from one site to another to be refilled. Now, I can speed up. I'm going to a little, but I'm not going to go above 30. The license is 20,000 to buy. They're also a bit more, but you tend to get, sometimes you get, getting the idea. This train is going to give me, hang on. I do not want to go over 30 going through City West. I say as I throw it in full throttle. That actually, there's, oh boy. Yeah, have fun with that, because the only places you can usually throttle that far is here, here, and here are the spots you can usually go full speed. And sometimes I think here. This catches a lot of people off guard, this little 30 right here. But to give you an idea about how logistics hauls work, this one is a freight haul. It's 28,000, weighs 496,000, or weighs 496 ton. This gives 27,000, but weighs almost only half of that other job. Okay, hold up. I really need to pay attention to this last train car. Logistics hauls are usually a bit more of a pain because you either have to unbury them from other cars, and you usually have to back them into specific locations because those are full a lot of times. But they're lighter, and they usually cost a little less than, but price for price, they're usually a lot lighter. Okay, dynamic brake. I know we're also going uphill. And I'll double down with the main brake. Turn off dynamic. Alright, we're going to switch this. That rest should be all set to go where we need it to. And this is why I brought the second locomotive. We're going to go in here. We're going to disconnect her. Jump in. Start her up. Don't really need the inside. Turn on. We're going to turn the brake. Actually, we don't need to. Brake cut off. Throw into gear. Now we don't lose any time. Now this is beneficial in 2 ways. One, we don't lose any time having to because this is clear at the front. We're gonna have to run back, which that's fine. A little bit of an annoyance. But we're not having to back that entire train up just to get these cars in here. Another advantage of using something like this is if you are going to the same location, but let's say one is on C yard, one is on B yard, you can have a DE2 or a shunter class in between so that your main train can go into the 1 yard, your secondary train can be taken to the other yard and save time. Okay, we are gonna stop moving forward quickly. There is a car down there. It's a refrigerator class. And what are you? Ooh, another DE6. That is tempting. I actually got that from the Reddit because people had made recommendations of that. I cannot claim to have known that myself. Now where? There it is. I do need to be under 7 though. Because I'm absolutely going to hit those cars at some point here. Yep, pretty quickly. Now, I'm going to do this to tie everything together to make this quicker and easier. So I'm not being held back. Yeah, you get a lot of ideas from like Reddit, like you watching other players, stuff like that. Okay, let's hit full train brake. And we're gonna go down here and reinitialize that. Actually, we have time, so I'm going to do this. I'm gonna move it over so that we can service it. And then I'll move it up. And then that way I can pay the fee for using it. And we'll take a quick stop in the store as well to see what they have for gadgets. Because I have enough to restore the Demonstrator. This is all extra fluff. Okay. Actually, hang on. Will you reach the gas, or do I need to... You do. Okay. Cut off. Neutral. And brake cutoff off. You. Alright. Go ahead and service this. $16,000 for use. Yeah, I can leave it where it's at. There's this. Turn this in. We're at 51 out of 67. And there's 41,000 right there. Now, what I say 51? 51. So we have 27 minutes. That's fine. That's plenty of time. Go in here. $19 for rental fee on the using the DE2. Cleared. And the store's at this end. Alright, so you can get the caboose from here and the boombox. But let's see what else. DVRT paint. That will turn your demonstrator to regular color. You have to sand it, which I don't think they... Yep, there's the sand cans. You have to sand it. You'll get to see that, hopefully. There's the key for the caboose. I've already got. If you want to run steam, you need an oiler. You need a shovel. I would recommend a lantern for lighting purposes on 282 and a lighter. So lantern, oiler, shovel, and lighter. You have to have these three at the very least to run a steam engine. The lantern, like I said, is more for light. I don't think they have one here. There is a checklist for there's a little checklist you can for starting one up. You can get a hold of. I have that just in case. But that is the thing. Okay, let's get back to our train. Which way is out? No. Shoot. Where am I? Okay. There we go. There's out. Alright. Give me half second. Alright. That may not have made any sense to you, but there's a reason. One, I do not need it anymore. This is way under the train's ability. This only is 496. We have a train ability of 1200. It's way below it. So in this case, you may notice how far down that went, but one thing you'll notice very quickly is how much faster we're going. So give me a little bit. I'm not pulling the throttle all the way back right away because of I'll blow the traction motors. I don't have the slug to take all the extra power. But we're already at 30. There's coming up on 40. We're accelerating quite a bit faster. And that is the trade-off of the slug. You have a lot more pulling power. I was able to get up the hill outside of harbor. Out of harbor. I would only because of the slug. You have a lot more pulling power, a lot more tractive effort. But it's at the cost of sheer speed. Because the engine is not all going through there, it's going through two separate and cuts the horsepower down. Yeah, we're already up to 60 and still climbing. So that is a literal demonstration on the behavior of the slug with attached to a DE6. DE2s, I would not recommend using them. You do not get the full effort. Or it's not powerful enough to handle that. If that makes sense. I know I tried with the DE2 and it didn't really help. We're slowing down because we're going uphill. But I also did not want to actually go over 60. Yep, and I did as well. It's through what's called multi-unit. It's that lovely blue cable on the train car, or on the locomotive. It only works for the DM2 or DE2, DH4, and DE6. The others do not multi-unit. I usually run, initially I myself went 2 DE2s. If I had to, I'd pull a third if it was a heavy enough load, but I try not to. And if I'm sticking with the multi-unit and the diesels, I switch to DE4 or DH4. Two of those are about as powerful as the DE6. I believe. I might have my math wrong here. Give me a second. Yeah, a little less powerful than the DE6 out of 2 DH4s because of the train's weight issue. Because 2 of them are 16 or 1200 or 1000, which is the same weight rating as the DE6. And then I'll usually run 2 of those until I can get a hold of the DE6 and then go from there. So I will openly admit I often use the DH4 as a shunter later on because a lot of what you're hauling with the DE6, especially the larger trains, are going to usually sometimes too much for the DE2, depending on, again, how flat it is. Yeah, we're on the last leg up to Machine Factory right now. Now we'll see what we have for cars. Obviously, I have to remember to pick up the parts. I wonder if there's any military that's heading down that way. Oh, shoot. And yep, there's one. It's like one DE6 over there. Another one. Oh wow, that. Oh, are those buses or trams? Ah, they're buses. Darn. Hey, they're still gonna. If you happen to see a tram and you have the stuff to take it, grab them, because they are often. They usually only need fragile, maybe long one or long train one or two, but they usually pay out a ton. You don't get them often though. I didn't miss the. You're the sign? And you're not even fully on the track yet. As I wondered. Almost. Gotta pull a little forward. Right? Boop, 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 boop. Alright, we'll switch from train brake to independent. And put you in neutral. '63 S78. Cool. And that's an R42. We're up to 344,000. Holy, actually, I think that's almost enough for our license if I chose to. Yeah, I could pick up Has 3. Or one of the train locomotives. This is getting remarkably sparse. Um... Okay, Machine Factory. I might have to look into seeing what I can do on that front. Oh, it's been raining a little bit. Everything's wet. It is 1 in the afternoon. Yep, so rain. Gotta be pretty late though. Damn you. Do I have... Hang on. I do not. So we'll pick that up. Switch distance. Couple more of those. Wait. Um, let's ship medium. Hold on. You do not have any of the. Oh, there it is. Demonstrator paint can, by the way, is what gives demonstrator paints. Where's the mount large? No, that's medium. Need the large version. There we go. You and another large. And I need that needs to be all the I think that. There's 86,000 spent. Those are all going to be installed. On the DE, my demonstrator DE6. You do not have fudge. You do not have the temperature kilometer end units. Yeah, the distance tracker. That's this thing. So you set the basically you can set the distance, hit track, and um it'll mark how far the end of the or how far along you've traveled till that point, and it'll beep at you. Actually, you know what? If I think I have this. That is not the button. Go away. I Here, I'll be able to demonstrate it actually. 'Cause I think everything I need to install it is actually in the. Let's grab a couple more of these. Um, Installing and uninstalling things isn't that hard. If it despawns, you get the crap back. So not in here. Here. So you and you. That's what I need. So I can install it right now, just so you can see it. Actually, you know what I can do? I'll also install the, I shouldn't need that. No, duct tape. I always duct tape it to a spot to make sure. Oh, good. Yeah, I always use duct. So something they don't show you is because it's a pain in the butt to have to refill holes. I always use duct tape first. That way, if it's not where I want it, I can move it and not have to fill the holes in. Yeah, so not enough space right there. Hang on. Let me see something here. Can I use... Where's the shop? Bus? Move, please. Um, where is it? Other side. Medium mount plate. Yeah. See if this will work. You tend to get creative when you're trying to set things up in your train. That will absolutely work. And so we'll duct tape. Throw this up there. Alright, looks good. Really? I did not bring the hammer. Okay. Hit that to install. We'll set that there. We'll remove the tape. Grab our drill. But yeah, like I said, I always try and use duct tape first. That way, if something doesn't quite fit right, I don't have to use the whole filler. You. Now, a fun trick they do not show you in the tutorial. So, this is empty. It drops. Cool. What are you gonna do? Grab a full one? Normally, to reload it, you have to put this down and then that. I'll show you a little trick. You can do the same with the can. Place this down first, bring out the soldering gun, aim at it, and click. It auto loads it. So if you know you're going to be doing a lot of soldering like that, you put like 2 or 3 coils down here, drop, click, reload. Alright, outstrip, medium. Now put that there. We'll grab our tracker. Nope. Okay, so that puts that at an angle which I don't want. Um, glass, just so you can see. You cannot drill on glass. You cannot drill on the boiler part of the steam locomotive. Just a fair warning. Let's see. Which, that makes sense. You don't want to poking holes in your boiler. There we go. We'll duct tape that. Okay. Speedometer usually went up there. I think I have that more. This way. So I usually get an alerter. And that sits over on that side. Okay, yeah, that should work. Because I get the auto train stop, and it sits over in the other corner. Over here. Alright. We'll solder that up. And you'll get a chance to see how it works. Alright. We'll go ahead and... Oh, that's an empty. Okay. Alright. Really tempted... Oh, wait, where's the dumpster? The empty reels you can just throw in the dumpster and I'll dispose of them. Yep. Also, another little fun fact. Anything that is stored in here, like the paint, all this stuff, it will automatically appear at the at any other location. So if you don't want to carry around a million parts, you can store them in your little warehouse. And what will happen is they will literally, let's say I go to another site, I come in here, they'll all be in here. All right. Military, what have you got? You have ammunition. And where are you going? Probably a military base. Yep, which is not ideal. So no military base for us. No military runs. Food factory, Iron Mine West. sawmill. Well, the advantage to going down to the sawmill is you got that lovely bit. Trying to think if Iron Mine West is going to have anything for Harbor. No, but it'll probably take me down to Steel Mill. And Steel Mill's a good run. That's a really short run. Right, no diesel, which means I definitely need to fill this thing first. Right, wipers. So I can actually see where I'm driving. Um, Actually, while we're heading that way, we can stop and unlock one of the vehicles. Actually, you know what? Never mind that. We're gonna just go straight down. I already picked the order up. We're just gonna head straight over to the museum. I'll stop and pick up the caboose on the way. So we're gonna do a dry run. I do have to get the parts though, so that is the thing. Which I'll pick up here. I'll show you how to get those here in a second. Or at least the pickup part. Kind of difficult to show you how to do the ordering if well no I'll be able to show you that with the DE2. I'll be able to order the DE2's parts. I do need to refuel first and turn my train around. I'm not driving backwards the entire way. Screw that noise. Oh, crap, right. Alright, notice I'm wheel slipping. Wheel slip is really easy to do on rain. Actually, you might have already caught onto that, depending on what the weather's done in your game so far. Mostly rain. Okay, so you already know the pain that is trying to brake under rain, trying to brake and take off under rain. You already know what that pain's like. Also, that being said, once we do get down there, I will also be able to show you um, what the current demonstrators I have look like as well. Because I do have the 282 and I have the the 060 available to me. Actually, you'll get to see the back half of how to restore one. Actually, it's DE6 that demonstrator. I've got to do everything, restoration and all. Okay. Standard wear and tear. Those aren't bad. Also, I can't really do that much anymore, but playing this in VR is awesome if you have it. Oh. Okay. I am. And that's fair enough. VR is not exactly cheap on any scale. Ironically enough, this game was originally designed from the for VR, so they had designed it from the ground up to be run that way, and they're still supporting it. And I'll tell you, it is absolutely terrifying derailing, having your locomotive roll down a hill in VR. I have done that. It is not pleasant. Alright, once we get out past that marker, I can grab this. We still want C, but we want the load. Yeah, we want on the loading station. I passed. Okay. Alright, this little guy, switch. The left is your distance. So all the way to the right, it'll go off at 50 meters, 100, 150, 200, 250, and then 300. The orientation is front, is right, or rear, auto, forward. And mode is relative and absolute. I just keep it in relative because that's relative to the front of your train or the direction. On auto, it's not showing anything because we're in drive, but if I put in reverse, that pops up. The light represents which direction your switch is at going. When you are reversing, it is backwards. So the light is on the left. The switch is going to the left. Also, reversing is not as effective if you have a train behind you because it does not count the cars. It counts where your locomotive is at. This switches it. So as you can see, right now it's aimed at the left. That says it's aimed at the left. We hit this. It is now showing to the right. The switch is now showing to the right. Now, I already have dispatch. I can set all this stuff up beforehand. However, there has been a few times I have either missed the switch or I had set something up wrong. I still carry this on my trains because as I'm going along, I can cross-reference this with that and verify, yep, that's the direction I'm supposed to be heading. And when a simple misset switch can mean the difference between going the right way, going the short way, going the long way, or derailing because you accidentally run into a train, a parked train, or a dead end, or heaven forbid, explosive cars, I would always prefer to have that so I can see where I'm going. Think of it as a redundant safety step. I'm gonna have to pull some stuff out of 282, I think. Because I'm not gonna have a speedometer. No, I am being a total idiot about something though. I need to run to this shop again. Wireless MU only works if you have 2 of them. I only picked up 1. Son of a... Okay. Mount large. Wireless MU. Yeah, so the wireless MU controller, you have to have 2 of them. Need 1 in the command engine and 1 in the secondary engine. Okay. I am going to go over here. I'm just going to throw this on the table because... And I'm going to keep this on me. So I can throw on to any engine that goes... How much of a pain is that going to be? I mean, it's a freight haul. And it'll allow me to demonstrate how the distance tracker works. Alright, first things first though. Go to work train. We need the utility short flat car. And we need to load it. This is a demonstrator engine, demonstrator mechanical part. It is the DE6 engine. This is what is needed for me to repair the demonstrator. When calculating weight, you do need to take this into account. It is 3.6 tons for the car. The engine is 16 tons. Now, we're not going to be anywhere near the tonnage capacity, so it's fine. But worth noting. Alright. We are heading to B. B40. I'll show you how to set up the distance tracker here in a minute, as soon as we pick the train up. Alright, is that... Oh, that's a load. Okay, so that's the one we're after right there. Yep. Alright, so... Oh, hang on. Nope. Nope, nope. That one. They did a really nice job on the sound effects. Now, I am really tempted because of the rain to grab the slug. Oh, that one. Equip the slug on this unit. It should be fine. It just gave a lot more attractive effort in the rainy weather. Alright, while we're waiting on that. B3I. Coming from this direction, left, left. Left, right. Okay. Okay. Throw on neutral, throw on the apparent brake so we don't go anywhere. Distance tracker. Now, we can find out the length of this train through the paperwork. It is 106.32 meters. 106.32 meters. The utility short flat car is 9.1. And the DE6 is 18.8. That's 134.22 meters. So round up to 135. This goes in increments of 10. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So we're going to go 100. And then another 1, 2, 3. It's 134, so we go up one more to 140. Now, I set the distance. I include the train on distance tracker, so as I'm traveling, when it hits here, I can activate it, and it will tell me when that said sign or whatever hits here. I'll do a really quick demonstration as we're taking off. I just want to make sure I have everything set up properly. Right. You need to go to the right. Right. Okay. And that'll take us to city south, which is where we're heading. That. Bell. Get rolling, and then I will definitely show you how this works. Not too much because it is. Yep, I was waiting for that. That buzzer was wheel slip. Blades right there behind the control. Alright, when you want to start tracking, so let's say we use this here. Let's say we wanted to go back up onto this track. So that's there. Gets to the front, hits a little one here. That's the track. That green bar is the distance covered. First one is 0, 10, 20, 30, so on. Alright, that alarm tells you you are beyond that mark switch. So if we had stopped right then, the back of the train would be past that switch. Now, to stop the tracking or the alarm, just hit stop. Pretty easy. Now, on normal, that is not needed quite as much because you can do this and see where the back is. Realistic, distance tracker is amazing. That, however, is not where it shines. Where it shines is during freight haul and route to your destination. Now, I have said a few times, when your train locomotive passes the speed sign, you cannot instantly speed up. Because the cars behind you will derail. Oops. That is where this comes in handy. If I don't strip derail. Alright, 8. I'm actually going over the speed because we're going downhill. That's fine. Alright, that's a bad because it went to 6 right away. Because of what's coming up. I'll show you here in a minute. I need it. I really hate dealing with rain. It makes everything a whole lot less understandable. And things like not behaving. Alright, after this corner, going above 60 will derail. Now, there's our sign. We get to it, we hit the start. Our last car is passed. Now we can speed up to 10 kilometers without risking derail. That is why I absolutely love the distance tracker. So you're not having to constantly move back there or anything like that. There's takes out a lot of the guesswork as far as when you can accelerate, when you can't. So again, well, that wasn't really a change. So we'll have to see what happens coming up. I think it starts slowing down again. And we are going downhill. Alright, down arrow. So it's going to slow at least 20 kilometers at minimum. So we'll go ahead and flip on the dynamic brake at initial. And now we'll start slowing down. That one says 6. So I need to be at around 60 kilometers a little after. So we're going to keep the dynamic brake going. We're 300 kilometers. Oop. See what I was saying about checking your switches? Now, I'm going to also hit the train brake. And hopefully not completely mess everything up really badly. Oh, girl. You got this. And I did not derail. Oh. Great. My wheels are not happy with me, though. Alright, I don't remember what the speed limit on this one is. It is not 6. There it is. 2? Okay. Yeah, so 20 kilometers. And I admittedly have gotten lucky. I've almost derailed twice now. I'm wondering if that corner is a little more forgiving than it used to be. Or if this train, or if this locomotive is just heavy enough, it takes a bit more to actually derail. Oop. That red 4. I might have to put the headlight on the lower beam to catch the signs closer. Alright, so go ahead and speed up a bit. As this is 40 kilometer. This is really windy. It's not going to be a very high speed section. Eight. And tick. Alright, so we can speed up more. Only up to 5, though. Although that might slow down again. Because I think some of this is late. That's where it's at. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So where's the 30-kilometer turn part at? Right there. I really... Yeah, this is one of the slower tracks. Because it's so windy. Twist and wind and twist and twist and twist. We do have to stop and pick up the caboose, though. On our way through. Or if there's anything for State South. Probably not. Probably not even for Harbor. We'll look. Now is it going to keep going up or is it going to slow down? All right. Must be going uphill. A kilometer second tall. Yeah, we are. We're slowing down way too much for coasting at speed. 4 with the 2 up, so it's gonna jump to 6, about at least 6. And it's gonna drop right back down to about 3 or 4. Lovely. Or with switch. Alright, we're approaching Sawmill. Alright, that's the first switch to Sawmill at 300 meters. A DE4 or DE2. A little unusual. Only there's a DM3 or a 060. I hit that a little late. Yep, it is absolutely on. Have I been to Sawmill? Yes, I have. Right. If you are trying to find where to turn the work stuff on, look for a flashing green light. That is your station. 52 minutes, did in 23. And I got 19,000 out of it. Made some of the money back. Yeah, nothing of interest. Alright, in the name of being able to see crap, especially considering I do have to be able to stop to get the caboose. By the way, when you do go to sleep, the diesel engines will reset. Startup procedure up, flip this up, the turn on traction motor starter. The starter is in here. Now, fun fact, this handle here is a primer. You used to have to be able to prime the engines, the diesel ones. You don't right now. They may change that. Honestly, I missed that because on the DE2 you had the switch had two different directions. The left going one way primed it, the other way started up. There you had the primer switch. They may have took it out because of the DH4 and DM3. They maybe didn't know how to do that. I don't know. But that used to be a thing. Alright, everything should be set. I just need to watch my speed. I'm probably gonna wind up cannibalizing my poor 282 for parts. Unless I can figure out where to get speedometer and a few of the other things. Yeah, it's the DE2. Alright, so we can continue coasting down. Now, I do need to be careful this corner, because I think it's 40. And that's exactly what it looks like. Nope. Yep, 40. Neat. Now, this section of track has a little spur up ahead, right there. It's actually shown backwards, by the way, on the map. But this is where you'll find the caboose. Sound of crickets. Or, yeah, crickets. Alright, there is a switch up ahead. Although, that is where the caboose is at. It is a lot slower than what it suggests. Oh, no, the switch is in the right direction. Is that a tri-switch? Wait, I didn't think it was. Alright, we're gonna pull up to the switch itself, and then we're gonna go ahead and stop. And we're gonna go grab our caboose. Or at least unlock it, and I'll give a real quick show of what it looks like. Apparently we are uphill. Good to know. Right, so we have Reginald's garage. Grab the key. Now if we look in our work train, we have Caboose Red is now listed here. It is 5,000 to summon, like most things. We have a handbrake on the back. Go in here. We have a place to throw away things. You have a career manager where you can pay for fees, purchase licenses, everything that the original can do. Little storage chest. Just a bunch of little things to play around in. There is a bed. So if it is with you, you can absolutely sleep. There's also a little thing under there. Little thing there. Little place to put stuff there. There's a bunch of little drawers and stuff. There is a brake pipe bar, which shows you the amount of pressure in the brake pipe. And these are awesome. So you see? Rapid charge. So it works for flashlight, it works for the remote. This is a signal extender for the remote, which allows the remote to reach a lot farther than it normally does. And as mentioned earlier, there's now a little red marker. So if I'm going to do this. I don't need to because it's pointless, but we go in here. If we look at the brake pipe, it'll show you what the overall brake levels are for your train brake. So if we apply the train brake, ta-da! And if you look, that red dot as we go will follow. It's not as noticeable right now because we have such a small such a small train. But if you watch, see it's following us. So the caboose can show you where the back of the train is as well. Which was technically the original way to tell where the back was versus now the distance tracker. But the fact that you can sleep, you can pay fees, stuff like that through it is really helpful regardless. Especially if you derail. If you have the money for it. I'm feeling this a little faster than I'm taking it. Alright, D2, DH4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing a DM3. It's the only demonstrator I don't know where it's at. Alright, we do. Let's head to the right. So that is accurate. And that's the slowest I'll turn. And as you guys can see, that red dot went back to where the original garage. Any work train goes back to its original summon area. Or its original storage. So the slug, we don't have it, is down here. Or, okay. BE2 would go back up here. That goes back here. The DMU will go here to City South. All the demonstrators, when you clear them out, will go back to the museum. Which is where we're actually heading right now. That being said... Left. Okay. I hate it when they do that. Alright. That was this sporty crap. Force South, Force Central. It's like Coal Mine East. Oil Refinery I haven't checked. And Oil Well North I haven't checked. Actually, hang on a second. I'm curious about something here. Yeah, DE2 and DE2 can go up via steel mill. Um, H4. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and slow down further because this is gonna be going to a 50. Right. They can. Oh, I wonder. And 2-0. You found a good. No. Okay. Well, that shot that ID down. Hang on. 5. I thought it might have been onto something to find in the demonstrators, or a way to narrow things down, but I had a train that proves that wrong. I have one demonstrator left to find and like 6 locations to check. Almost there. Which is good because I really want to get the demonstrator done before at the end of the stream. I'm not abandoning this demonstrator, by the way. Or this vehicle. This is gonna be my second. Uh, um, yes, left. All right, there's the museum. Yeah, you look, the animator goes negative when you activate the dynamic braking. And the faster, the more braking power it's got. Oh, hey, DH4. Also, while we're here, a lost garage. This is the DMU or DM. Wow. Yeah, DM1U. Diesel mechanical utility. This is capable of hauling parts as well, allowing you to haul two different sets of parts at once. A lovely little storage room in here. This leads out to the back. Now, this is mechanical. It has a gearbox, or a gearbox to go with it. So, something to keep in mind. It's a much more open view of cabin. Starter and electronics over here. Sand. Front lights, rear lights. Cab light. You have wipers. You have your gearbox, your brake, cab, and fan and heater. Train brake. Your handbrake. Your starter, your reverser. And that is essentially this train. Later, when we have multiple units that we have to get parts for, that's where that will come in handy. As you can see, we can actually summon it as well, just like the other work trains. So I believe that just leaves the BE2. Yeah, the BE2 micro shunter. The turntable is facing the right way. That should be... Yep, there it goes. Alright, install missing parts complete. Alright, don't need that. For all of you guys who have not seen them yet, here is the 060 Demonstrator with the inside. Admittedly, I think I need water and coal. That's not gonna let me up on the top. And this is the 282 Steam Demonstrator. And again, inside, got a lovely black, and it's all nice and shiny. I'm not sure how I feel about the blue, but that actually doesn't look bad. This one is not complete yet. I can get into it, but it is not fixed. Need to install. Install parts. Alright, repair and refuel. Alright, this is the stubborn one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully I can fit both these on the turntable. If not, no, I'll have to change the plans. I know I can technically get the 282s on here, but that is a big oh boy trying to push it. Okay, I absolutely can. Oh, other way. Alright, as you guys can see, the utility car, it's back over here. Huh? Oh, because I'm not in... over by the switch. One more. Alright. A little further. So I want the gas tank's front and center, right where that double yellow, the striped yellow is. Okay, there we go. we'll go ahead and do cutoff. Now, before we begin restoration on this, by the way, that absolutely should not work, but it does. I just find it amusing. Okay, now. Oh boy, this is gonna be an expensive one. $90,000 already, and we only have the mechanical and electrical. I Okay, these are not as bad. These don't cost as much. Say I might not actually have enough. I think I underestimated how the cost of the DE6 here. There you go. Uh, I'm on. Full cost of repair of the DE6 demonstrator, $206,715. And that's not counting paint. Alright. However, first off, how much do I have left? 9,000. As you can see, I have the DE6860. We can now summon it. Alright, first I need to get my paint. Now, you cannot just paint this. So you cannot just grab the paint and paint it. You have to sand it. So we'll sand. Cans are one-time use. And we have to do the same to the inside. Now, outside looks kind of weird because it's got this bits. The inside actually does not look half bad with prime. Sanded and primered. Now, we'll get the inside first. Now we have a rather lovely white. And just so you guys can see this a little easier, turn on the electronics. And we'll throw on the light. Rather nice looking. Now, the outside All right. That is the DE6 Demonstrator's paint job. I will openly admit I do enjoy how it looks. This is one of the demonstrators that I really do like how the paint itself looks. Hands down. Oop. Uh, I do, and I am quite fond of that paint. Um, that being said, I think I need to back this off. All right. I do have fees on this thing as well. Okay, so I do need hammer and filter gun. Oh, no. Those are the only two things I installed. We have the fill gun. On the holes. That being said, my DE, you do not have anything installed. Okay. So it's all on the 282. Fudge. Because I really don't want to install the stuff from it. So I'll just have to deal. Actually, no, there is one I will grab. I may have. Clinometer I can deal without. That's actually way more important on this particular train. Is there's a lot more you gotta do when you're going uphill. Okay. I need to keep that. You can take off. You I need to keep. Alright, back to museum. Alright, grab you. You. Grab you. Oh no. Because I didn't. Oh dear. Oh, that is unfortunate. That's how I handled something. I do not have. Okay. Um. Plate medium. Soldering. All right. There's our distance tracker. Let's let this solder all these. Let's see. Absolutely works. Now, the anti-wheel slip computer, what that does is if it starts, your train starts wheel slipping, it will auto adjust the throttle, brakes, stuff like that. It is really good for rain, because rain sucks and it loves being dumb. All right, let's solder this stuff in. Um, if it's green, it's already soldered. Because I goofed, I am not able to set up the MU. I lack a bracket. Because while everything is transferred accordingly, if it is installed by, left clicking, it's counted as installed in that location and is not recoverable. So I cannot install my MU unit because all the brackets I placed here are not there. That was more of a lack of insight on my part. All right. And they did not count as lost items. Oh, okay. That's good to know. We got something heading back to the sawmill. See, south. That's oil refinery. Oil Central. Goods factory and food factory. Wait, why is food factory so? The fuck? Wait, 28. Oh, that's an unload. Hang on. That's a load. Never mind. Alright, so tomorrow night, guys, what we'll probably do is load that, take that one and the goods factory, and head up north with it. Uh, we will also. Our next goal will be to get the DE2 and the DH4 demonstrators, and see if we can't find our last one. But we need to get a few other things from the two stores there, so we'll grab that, shunt that one, do the FH31 and whatever that one produces, and we'll head up north. But that will be next time, guys. So, that being said, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you guys all enjoyed me semi-panicking as I'm going flying off the rail, or trying not to fly off rails, and my explanations and stuff. That being said, have a good night, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning, 1 a.m. or 1:30 a.m. CST. All right, later. Bye.